Hello, everyone. We're live. So we got two people watching. Looks like one on YouTube, one on Twitch. That's cool. Got some nice memes going for you here today. I want to. I did a brief video here about a week or so ago on healthcare in general and capitalism, but some recent events, some recent information have kind of expanded that. And I wanted to do kind of a longer stream here today about uh, the effects of COVID on our capitalist system. So we're going to start with a video my sister actually linked. My sister is a nurse in Nebraska. So she is at the center of this whole shit show we got going on right now. And this is by a doctor. Dr. Zubin Damania, and he talks about the effects of capitalism without saying as much. Like many people, the idea that capitalism could be the problem is sort of antithetical to their worldview. So, hello, future YouTube viewers. We're doing a video here today by Dr. Zubin Damania. I believe it's pronounced Z-Dog MD. And see what he has to say here.
Hey everyone, it's Dr. Zubin Damania. That's right, when I use my full name, it usually means stuff's about to get real. Okay guys, I've heard about the firing of Dr. Ming Lin up in Washington State. He's a physician, an emergency doctor, who was fired by his organization, Peace Health up there, for speaking out about the complete lack of PPE and protection for frontline staff. Now, this has been reported all over the place, and here's the bottom line, guys. As clinicians,
yeah, this was some pretty bullshit situation. Guy gets fired for basically speaking out that his people weren't getting the protection they needed. And that's not cool.
As the tribe of healthcare, COVID-19 will be the catalyst that burns this broken system to the ground. And here's why.
We can only hope.
When you have a dominator hierarchy where the profession is run by MBAs at the top getting ridiculous salaries who have never touched a patient, right? And I'm not talking about clinician leaders. I'm not talking about...
That's an interesting question, Jarson Wire. I do believe in social justice, yes. I do believe that our world would be better if things were more equal, yes.
All those
If that makes me an SJW, then yes. You mean a socialist? Yes.
Organization around the country that are so well led, where it's a team, where every member of the team has a voice, where we're all in this together, where everyone's practicing at the top of their training.
No, I hate the USSR. It was a terrible authoritarian regime that was not in any respect socialist. After the 30s or 40s, depending.
Together in service of the...
No, I am a socialist. But a socialist does not mean that I automatically support the Soviet Union.
Patient and each other. That's called health.
No, you're wrong. How socialist the Beatles were is something of a question. I don't have the information to get into. They definitely had some love for the USSR, but that doesn't affect what I believe or want to happen. The USSR was not an example of socialism. nor communism, because communism has never existed.
Health 3.0. That's not what we have in most institutions in this country. What we have is the scenario where
No, China has whatever brief socialism existed in China ended with the death of Mao Zedong. Uh, and Cuba has been getting uh, more socialist as they've introduced more worker control in the economy, but they're still mostly authoritarian. China is the source of COVID-19. Yes, this is true.
a business person turns a beautiful sacred calling, our sacred calling, into dollars and cents and yachts and bonuses and golden parachutes. And then
Mm, that is not quite accurate. It was I've actually seen some arguments that capitalism causing us to constantly expand and grow is what caused us to break into this ecosystem that created and released the COVID virus. If you have a source for that, I will be happy to review it. Do you have an actual source for that, or is this just your gut? By all means, link it. I'll if you have a groundbreaking source showing that the Chinese government created this virus, or let's see.
The Chinese government really needs to do a better job of hiding information if they're going to keep changing.
Let's see what his sources are, because this is not a source. Let's see. Conquering China. Links for proof. Okay. Okay, this is a recruitment page. It's a recruitment page for looks to be an institute. Okay. So they're looking back in November. That unique mechanism. Okay. This is all just recruiting, uh, recruiting people for research. So yes, they were doing research. I mean, all right. Let's see what this guy has to say. We'll see what he states.
In their story and blaming the coronavirus on other countries like Italy or the USA or Japan or whatever. While I'm not a fan of theories or unproven scenarios, it's been impossible to avoid them in the outbreak of the coronavirus, simply due to the fact that it was completely covered.
You realize that coronavirus is not a unique thing to COVID-19, right? Like SARS was a coronavirus. This is a new kind of coronavirus. But this is not the first coronavirus we've seen.
Covered up in the beginning stages in China. This isn't really going to be a theory, it's just public information I found. When it broke, China was the first to jump onto the local Wuhan and Hubei government and villainize them until they had their perfect scapegoat. This was, of course, preceded with the fact that we now know it wasn't just a local issue, it was in fact the way that the Chinese government was structured that led the top-down leadership to stifle and prevent the release of any relevant information for months, which could have prevented this global pandemic. First and foremost,
So I'm not going to refute that China may have withheld information because they are an authoritarian regime, and information control is the number one thing for authoritarian regimes. So if you're saying that they didn't get enough information out quickly enough, yeah, I agree. But you need to do a lot of legwork to prove that this was created and deliberately released, rather than the accidental release, which is the current story.
this is the Communist Party of China's fault. And the fact that there are people gasping for breath in their deathbed in your town is solely on...
Oh, well, yeah. Again, authoritarian regime. They don't want to admit that they've released this, that an accident has occurred. It's the same thing, similar to what happened with the Chernobyl. It was an accident, but they covered it up as much as they could from international press so that they would avoid looking weak. Like, just because it was discovered in a lab doesn't mean it was created in a lab.
on the consciences of the CCP and the people who entrusted them to enter our global systems like the WHO. The thing is, after living in China for 10 years and speaking fluent Chinese, you get to know a society pretty well. And let me tell you this.
Okay. I'm not sure what you think that means, because when authoritarian regimes will disappear people all the time, I'm not sure exactly what kind of conspiracy you think this means, because if you if something happens in an authoritarian regime and they release a virus that is as potentially deadly as coronavirus is, they're going to do everything to cover it up and hope it goes away. Like, I'm not going to defend China here and say they handled this the best. But you're constant talking about patient zero went missing. Yeah, that could have either been just plain old authoritarian cover-up, or it could be an isolation measure to prevent it from spreading, which they were obviously unsuccessful with.
If you're applauding or admiring the political leadership of China, you're all deluded beyond belief. China doesn't...
Yeah, no one should be applauding China's leadership. I mean, doesn't
operate like your country. The Chinese government is a face and greed-driven government that relies on lies and bullying to maintain leadership. It's broken and fragile.
So is the US.
So it doesn't surprise me that when I was doing my research in my last video, it wasn't hard to follow a paper trail left by the CCP themselves. In my last video, I found it very suspicious that the official Wuhan virology lab had a job opening from November 18th of 2019 asking for scientists to come research the relationship between the coronavirus and bats. Specifically,
yes, again, coronavirus is not, this is a unique coronavirus, but we've known about coronaviruses forever. So it's perfectly reasonable for them to be looking for people with specialization in coronaviruses, especially if they discovered a novel one in a species of bats.
Why they carry the virus, yet are long-lived. It's no secret that longevity, as well as other ailments, are well studied in China, as can be seen by the ridiculous amounts of traditional Chinese medicines that supposedly treat them. Bear bile injections as state-endorsed coronavirus cure, anyone? Anyway, while reading this job posting, I failed to notice until the next day that another job posting followed the previous post, and this is where it got big. So when I examined the job posting, I noticed that there was actually a follow-up job posting on December 24th of 2019. And remember, this is before any news broke, which basically says, "We've discovered a new and terrible virus and would like to recruit people to come deal with it." I found this interesting because, like I said, the news didn't come out about coronavirus until ages after that. So I decided to dig a little bit more into the staff. After all, they would have published articles being scientists. Turns out, this woman, Shizhang Li, she was the lead researcher of the lab, and she was famous for bat studies. They called her Batwoman in some circles. She even received an award for proving bats are natural reservoirs of SARS-like coronaviruses. In November 2017 all the way through 2018, she had already written 3 articles about how bats can transmit coronaviruses to humans. This is all public knowledge. She and her team went south to Yunnan province, all the way, deep south of China. It's very beautiful there. And she found out that SARS-like viruses originally came from bats, in fact. In 2017, from data taken from one of her studies in rural Yunnan province, she took blood samples from 218 villagers. After testing it, it showed that SARS-like viruses found in bats from nearby caves have a high potential to affect people. She predicted that humans coming into contact with bats would have a high chance of becoming infected. After blood testing the 218 villagers, she found that 6 people in Yunnan were found to be infected. She returned to Wuhan to the lab to continue studying SARS-like coronaviruses from bats for a long period of time. And this is why you can see the November 18th, 2019 job posting asking for more researchers to join the project. During this time, we don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like they discovered a novel coronavirus, which is exactly what COVID-19 is, and wanted to study it like any reasonable uh, virologist would want to. So far, nothing here is outside the realm of reasonable happening.
Much, but the December 24th posting acknowledges that they've made a big discovery in human transmissibility and they need more help to deal with it. So that's where it got kind of spooky. During my research, a name kept popping up. Huang Yanling. Huang Yanling was a researcher in the lab working on
Yes. So they discovered the virus in bats and potentially in people in this province, and so they wanted to study it. And then something happened and it got loose. I understand that this was all before the outbreak.
the virology of bats with Shizhang Li, and she's missing. Most people believe her to be patient 0, and most people believe she's dead. Shizhang Li, the head lab leader, told the government that she swears on her life that she isn't dead, nor was she infected. However, all of her info on the Wuhan lab website, where I found the job posting, it's gone. So if you look here, if you go to the actual virology website, you can see all the people that were working here or were students. They all have their bios still up, whether or not they moved on from the Wuhan lab. But if you can see, Huang Yanling's profile is completely vanished. Her picture is gone, and now her bio is gone as well. But if you go to the other students, all their bios remain intact. No one has seen her, and the government has posted a notice instead of any information about her on the lab website, stating that there were rumors of her disappearance, but she's alive and well, without giving an ounce of proof, of course. Everyone on the Chinese internet is searching for her, but most believe that her body was quickly cremated, and the people working at the crematorium were perhaps infected, as they were not given any information about the virus. It was a secret.
Okay, it got loose in the lab, cool. And yeah, it sounds like this Huang Yanling is probably dead, and may have been patient 0. I'm really not sure where you think this conspiracy is, unless you literally think it's just the same authoritarian cover-up of a mistake. That's literally what this is.
After all. The thing is, this has sparked a massive discussion on the Chinese internet And most of the articles get scrubbed pretty quickly, but I found a lot of good points. Now, the thing is, the CCP put up this kind of notice saying that she's totally alive and everything's okay and don't believe these rumors. But if you've been in China, you know how much the CCP actually hates rumors. And if Huang Yanling is truly alive, like they claim, why is her photo and bio removed? The other associates and graduates remain on the website, even after moving to other positions at different labs or different universities. The first thing that the government would do, the CCP that I know at least, the first thing they would do to quash this rumor is to make her have a public appearance. Then people would stop talking about it. Yet people are still looking for her and can't find her. And I'm not talking about normal netizens, I'm talking about PhDs, I'm talking about scientists, I'm talking about professors. And this is where it kind of started to come together. On February 6, 2020, Xiao Buotao, he was a professor, he posted a thesis about details that he knew about, but he wasn't supposed to talk about. I see some kind of links to people like Li Wenliang who wanted to say something, but they couldn't. But Xiao Buotao, the professor, he posted the information anyway. He knew researchers at the lab that were infected, and they had already begun self-quarantine after they showed symptoms of being infected. And the majority of the researchers at the lab were already suspicious that this virus that they were coming down with was from bats. The professor directly pointed out that the main source of the virus is from the Wuhan lab, which is only 300 or actually 280 meters to be exact from the Huanan seafood market, where it was originally claimed to have originated. He also claims that it is not a natural infection, so not something that people would have just come across in nature. He also gives a clear timeline and has information that researchers were...
So we know at this point, and we are months beyond the point where this information would have been available that this doctor is talking about. We know at this point that people can get it and can be completely asymptomatic for up to 2 weeks. So let me pose a hypothetical. Which do you think is more likely? That it got loose in the lab and then the CCP decided to say that it got loose in the fish market, or it got loose in the lab, someone was infected and didn't know it, went to the fish market, and spread out from there? Because that second one seems equally as plausible as them just saying it came from the fish market, especially considering if it comes from the fish market, then it's a lot more plausible that this is an accident. Saying it came from the lab makes it look like it's not an accident. And to be clear, I'm not going to defend how China handled the outbreak. But, I mean, so far he's just putting a bunch of information together, which is expected for an authoritarian regime to do in the case of an outbreak like this, as opposed to whatever conspiracy he's thinking it is. I'm honestly not sure what exactly the conspiracy is, because he's just saying it was in the lab and then whatever.
Splashed with urine and blood samples from all the bats that were collected. Not only that, he also knew exactly how many bats were collected in the lab. Now, pairing the researcher Huang Yanling's disappearance with the fact that people working in the lab claim to have been splashed with coronavirus-containing vials, and her online presence has been scrubbed from existence, all happening in a lab 280 meters away from the Huanan seafood market, where the lab in question had been studying bat-to-human transmissibility of coronaviruses, it's quite clear that the Chinese government needs to close its mouth and acknowledge that this in fact did come from Wuhan, Hubei, China. I did not get into any conspiracy theories. I'm not talking about bioweapons or biolabs or anything of the sort. This was all public information on the...
Wait, is he trying to refute the Wuhan, that the COVID-19 came from America? Because yeah, nobody's buying that. Everyone knows it came from China.
Chinese internet, published by researchers, scientists, and doctors. With the CCP's all-powerful control to hide everything it can, the truth usually still finds its way out. The Chinese government should cover their tracks better next time if you're going to blame this on Italy or the US or whatever is convenient to your narrative. The CCP's incompetence and clear understanding of the coronavirus and its danger on a scientific level, and then going on to silence those who wanted to warn the public and letting the virus spread for months is the reason the entire world is infected with a deadly pandemic. The Chinese government must be held accountable. Please make sure that you're all self-quarantining if at all possible. Most things are available for delivery, so please don't go shopping unless absolutely necessary. Make sure you're wearing a mask and gloves if you do, and disinfecting anything that has come into contact with anything. It's our job to clean up this mess, and the only way is to be responsible and not come in contact with people. This will only further the spread and put unnecessary burden on the already overstretched medical staff in your country. Thank you to everyone who is supporting me on Patreon. It's the only way I can do what I do right now.
So it's interesting that it was released because of it was made worse because of actions by the Chinese government. Yes. And I agree with that line at the end there where he was like, the Chinese government needs to be held accountable. Yes, they should be held accountable for attempting to cover this up and not release the proper information. But it was still like mostly an accident. And also, it really doesn't matter if it got loose in the lab, if that meant someone went to the fish market unknowingly being infected, because he said that the doctors didn't start self-isolating until they started showing symptoms. As we now know, that means they could have been infected for up to 2 weeks. And I don't like saying China did this because it makes it sound like they did this deliberately. An accident happened. They attempted to cover it up, but it was too late. And now we have a worldwide pandemic. On some scale, the Chinese government definitely needs to get a handle on their situation, but this is not, and they need to face some accountability. But that doesn't change how other countries reacted to the virus. So I'm going to go back to what I was doing earlier, now that we've dealt with. Yes, China has repeatedly tried to blame America and Italy. What the fuck is r.sino.com? I've never heard of this. Yeah, I can't even go. Is that a website in China? Okay, there you go. China is going to try to blame anyone else but themselves. Well, this is what happens when I go to that. Oh, the Yeah. Yeah. This is your brain on authoritarianism. China, the defenders of the Chinese government will not see any way the CCP can do wrong. And so, since they can do no wrong, they're going to attempt to redirect the issue to another country. They're going to blame it on America. They're going to blame it on Italy, North Korea, whomever they can get it to stick to, so that China uh, doesn't look bad. Unfortunately, it's too late. China is a bad place. I'm not a defender of China. And in some respect, they are responsible for the coronavirus, for COVID 19. So let's get back to Dr. Damania and some interesting information.
And when a crisis happens where we're called on to sacrifice our lives in service of this calling, they sit there and say, you can't have a voice. Okay.
So he has some very interesting information about the medical field here, but it's worth noting that this is not unique to the medical field. Just about every field has been taken over by accountants and business majors, people like that who will try to squeeze every dime they can get out of a business, out of a service, until there's nothing left.
This ends today. This is the end.
And I really hope his fire spreads to other people in the medical field so that they can affect the change they want to make.
Of the administrative technocracy that has destroyed medicine. COVID-19 will wash this filth back into the sea from which it oozed out. This is the end of it, and I'll tell you why. We on the front lines of healthcare will hold every single leader accountable when this is over. And why do I say when this is over? Because now we're doing what we do.
Sorry to hear that, BB Brazy. He's a buffoon who literally only exists to enrich himself.
To save lives with no support, no protection. And when we speak out, what happens? You're fired. Is this the most absurd thing you've...
Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Trump said Corona was a hoax and it'd be over in 2 weeks. Because Trump is an idiot.
Ever heard in your life? Here's what we demand as clinicians, because when this is over, we will never forget what they did. When this is over...
I hope that's true. I hope that when this is over, people remember what was shown to be necessary, what was shown to be essential, and what wasn't.
This is what we're going to demand. And if they don't give it to us, we are going to walk. We will create it ourselves. We will go to those organizations that are already doing this, and they...
To be perfectly honest, I've thought about this. If it weren't for the fact that it would mean millions of people would die, I think we would be looking at doctors and nurses walking out right now. But I do not blame anyone for continuing to go to work, especially in the medical field, given that not doing so will mean many, many orders of magnitude more people will die.
Exist all around the country, clinician-led, wonderful groups that take the MBAs and use what they know to keep the lights on, while people who actually are at the bedside touching patients run the show. What we demand is this. We demand an end to gag orders. We demand an end to non-competes. We demand an end to non-clinical leadership telling us how to take care of patients. We demand an end to the administrative technocracy. We demand an end to HIPAA as it sits. It has been a gag on us. We're unable to innovate. We're unable to speak out. HIPAA should be a choice for the patient. They control their privacy, not you.
I agree with that. If HIPAA is causing issues with people being able to get with information being able to spread so we can help more people, then it's not a good thing. I understand that it's often used to protect people from issues they don't want getting out, but if it's causing more harm, like this medical professional was saying, I'm all for it.
How many times have we heard HIPAA being used as a sword against clinicians who need to speak out? Well, we're worried about patient privacy. No, you're not. You're worried about someone figuring out how much you make and how little you do to actually help patient care. You are a parasite. And when this is done, the people who have done this, the people who fired Ming, anybody like that, we're going to flip the script. This is that call to action. We will demand that they be fired. Instead of firing us, they will be gone. All right? We demand that EHRs are no longer a cash register, that they help us take care of patients. We demand an end to nurse slavery. Nurses are not slaves. They are not commodities. They are not cost centers. They are the beating heart of medicine.
I can tell that this guy is a practicing physician who is wanting what is best for the medical field with that impassioned speech right there. I have my sister, I already said, is in the medical field. I have a cousin, actually two cousins who are also in the medical field, and nurses are what do, according to them, like 90% of the work in a hospital. So, yeah, the nurses need much more recognition than they get.
They are part of our team, and they will be treated as such, or you will go. You will be gone. Not the nurse who speaks out. You will be gone. We demand teamwork, where every person in the team has a voice, is practicing at the top of their training.
Seize the means of production, comrade. Take back the hospital. No cap.
And collaborating with each other to support not just our patients, but each other. Right? We'd like malpractice reform. We're tired of covering our asses, racking up costs for no benefit to the patient.
Insurance is a scam in just about every field. You're basically paying X amount of money into a fund, hoping you'll never have to use it.
We would like,
and it's often only an issue because our economic system keeps people on the brink of bankruptcy. So if they have an issue, they can't afford to fix it themselves. So they pay money each month into an insurance so that when it happens, they can pay it out over a longer time.
Okay, in return to do some things. We would like to actually have quality science be a thing, quality improvement be a thing. And we promise that we will step up and realize and admit and fix the fact that most of what we do doesn't help patients. We do it because we're paid to do it. That has to change. Our incentives need to change. We need to be paid to do telehealth. Hello, most of what we do doesn't need a patient to come and sit in a waiting room and pay a copay and be miserable. And we have to promise to focus on preventing patients from ever needing to come to see us. Wouldn't that be something?
It's worth noting that most of what he's calling for here would be helped with Medicare for All, especially the preventing patients from having to come to see us. If patients have access to free and cheap, free at point of service medical care, then they'll come in with the slightest thing rather than waiting until it's too easy. Uh, sorry, I missed your last message. Do you think Trump is a cuck? Depending on which definition of cuck you mean. If you mean has he been cheated on? No, I think he has an iron grip on his wives and mistresses. Do I think he's a cuck in the idiot sense? Yes. Do I think Bernie still has a chance? Yes. Not a great one. It's a very, very slim one because most voters are not online enough to see what he's done. But yes, I do think Bernie Sanders still has a chance of going over the top in the primary.
Thing. Instead of sick care, going to actual health care. We call that Health 3.0, and that is coming after this COVID crisis. The COVID will be the catalyst that burns the old system down, and the new will emerge, and it's going to be so much more connected, rehumanized. Technology will enable our human relationship instead of obstructing it as it does now, and we will hold ourselves accountable to step up and make sure we wash our damn hands, because we still don't, and we're costing lives. We're going to look at the things we do with a critical, scientific eye and go, does it actually help, or is it just getting me paid to do this procedure? And we'll realize that we have to hold our patients accountable, because right now they expect a magic pill for everything. Those people that are sitting on the beach, going to the bars, not socially distancing, okay, we still take care of them when they show up and get ventilated with ARDS in the unit, because that's what we do. But it's time for them to uphold their part of this social covenant. We are all in this together, right? So here's the call to action.
It's always funny to me when I see, am I on Team Biden? Not currently, although I have resigned myself to the fact that uh, unless a miracle happens, I will have to vote for Biden in November, assuming we have a general election. Um, I am in Iowa, and Iowa can sometimes swing. No, no. Kyle Kalinske, from what I understand, is a Bernie or Buster. I am the opposite. I am vote blue no matter who, because Biden is better than Trump, if only by the tiniest of hairs. And depending on who he picks for his VP pick, I've heard rumors of Hillary Clinton. Given that he's already said whoever he picks will have to be ready to take over the job, I don't hate Bernie or Busters. I think that it's a strong rhetorical stance to take in the primary right now. But I do dislike people who are essentially treating their vote like it's being held hostage, like they're holding their vote hostage when that's never going to work. And I've never met or seen a Buttigieg or Buster. I don't even know what that would, given that he threw all his weight behind Biden, I don't even know what that would be.
It's time for them to uphold their part of this social covenant. We are all in this.
Oh, yeah, I've literally never seen anyone who is at this stage still Yang or bust, Buttigieg or bust. I mean, I've definitely seen some people who are still rocking the blue hat of Yang Gang on Twitter, but like most of them, no. Uh, I didn't agree with his UBI proposal in our current system, essentially because his initial proposal, I guess he changed it, but his initial proposal was that it would, you could either take the $1,000 a month or um, whatever government assistance you're already getting. So, uh, with that, that means the poorest and the most at risk people would get less than nothing from UBI, whereas people who are more comfortable, who don't need government assistance, are more likely will benefit from it. And that's ignoring the fact that if you just give everyone $1,000 a month, most of that's going to end up going to rent, because if they weren't already comfortable with rent, or if they weren't already struggling with rent, then their landlord's going to say, hey, here you get an extra $1,000 a month, so your rent just went up by $999. There was nothing from what I remember in his proposals about limiting rent hikes or anything like that. So if his proposal had gone through, it basically would have further enriched landlords, which stick around, I'm talking about landlords later.
Together, right? So here's the call to action.
So I started to say earlier, and then I was got into conversation there. It's always funny to me when people talk about Medicare for all making slaves of doctors because they'll be forced to work for whatever. And that ignores the fact that doctors and nurses are already slaves, in that they are not, you can't really refuse to treat someone. There are certain circumstances where you can. And more than that, it would go against being a doctor to refuse to treat someone. But they call them a slave because they'll be forced to work for an undetermined amount of money, which is ridiculous. No proposal is calling for paying practicing doctors necessarily significantly less money. There may be some pay cuts for like administration doctors. Like actually, I was reading an article that talked about medical staffing and how a number of practicing physicians are also administrators in the hospital. So those kind of jobs may receive a pay cut under Medicare for all, but doctors will still get paid. Like the whole point is to eliminate the insurance companies that siphon profits from the people who go to the hospitals, just because that's what companies do. Making medical care a for-profit industry is basically the number one thing that has broken it.
Any administration that is misbehaving during this time, you, the frontline clinicians, hold them accountable. If we all speak out at once, they cannot fire us all. You know why? They desperately need us. They desperately need us. And they have taken advantage of our altruism and our work.
All bosses need the workers more than the workers need the bosses. This is true in the medical field, in construction, in service industries like restaurants and call centers, customer service. The workers do not need the boss needs the workers. And I really, really hope that that gets driven in with this coronavirus pandemic.
Work ethic for way too long. To the leaders that are doing such a wonderful job, and I get messages from them all the time about.
Oh, what do you mean by the cause, boy? I don't know what that is.
How they're working 24/7 to try to get PPE when they can't, to try to support their clinicians, to open up new spaces to take care of COVID patients. We love and support and will work with you. All right? Share this video. The COVID manifesto begins today. And when this is done, we will never forget. We will not stop this momentum. And we will fight for our patients and for our colleagues to the very end. Understand.
Yes, I love this guy. I mean, the general leftist cause of societal reform. I'm also a big proponent of the rent strike and general strike movements that have been put forth by Joshua for Congress. I can never remember his last name, and American Johnson. I'm a huge gamer. I was playing games before I went live, so I love video games. But yeah, that was an interesting video, a very good manifesto and call to action. That's the best part, that they're violent. This is a really good call to action, I think. A part of me is kind of like, I wish he had been more strident about how this is the cause, that the root cause of this is capitalism, because he kind of makes it seem like it's the fault of the administrators and people like that who caused this, rather than the system that created a place where they could come to, where people would, by the nature of the system, put profits over people. What do I say about people that say transgender? Trans rights are human rights. Transgender people are valid. All gender expressions are valid. Should who get money? Everyone should get money. Or we should eliminate money, one or the other. Should transgender people get money? Again, everyone should get money or we should eliminate money. I'm not sure what. If you're asking if they should just get a check because they're transgender, fuck no. No one should get a check just because of their identity. For the oh yes, Medicare for all means for all. So yes, I think that any kind of transition therapy should be covered under Medicare for all, and it should be covered under current insurances, but they don't. Bernie, I'm pretty sure, has transgender. The thing about Bernie's proposals is that they are, if he could wave a magic wand, this is what would happen, because it gives him a lot of room to negotiate down. Like, if his proposals like Medicare for all, the 20% of businesses given over to the workers, those kind of things, those are proposals he makes either to get those ideas in conversation or so he has a point where he can say, okay, this is what I want. And then when they come and say, okay, we're not going to give you anything, and he says, okay, how about this? And he comes a little bit lower, maybe he cuts out uh, uh, dental or mental health, or I don't know how he would negotiate it, but by making it's one of the criticisms everyone had of Warren, especially, and others, who they started walking down their position before they were even in power. Like, if you want the old adage, if you want 3 large pizzas, you start by asking for 10 large pizzas, 2 cheesy breads, and a 2-liter of Coke. Because then when you ask for the 3 large pizzas you want, it seems like a reasonable request. But everyone else is always like, well, we have to propose something that will pass. And it's like, then it's going to get watered down to nothing. Propose something that's never going to pass so that when you propose what you really want, it's more palatable by comparison. But we're going to move on here to, excuse me. I have no reason to believe Bernie is homosexual. He's been married for a long ass time, has children, grandchildren. He may be bisexual, pansexual. You know, generally, I think anti-SJW is code for reactionary. Um, Look, social justice is the idea that everyone should be equal. Like, excuse me, uh, gays and lesbians, cisgender, transgender, white, black, Jew, Mexican, Muslim, Christian, Hindu. Uh, sure. I mean, I'm constantly striving for a more equal and egalitarian society. I'm a little irked by you calling me boy like that, but you know, whatever. I've been called worse. But from Dr. Damania, we're going to move on to something a little bit related here. An article I came across, I think on Facebook or Twitter, it doesn't matter, from ProPublica. Uh, I know of Count Dankula, yes. A major medical staffing company just slashed benefits for doctors and nurses fighting coronavirus. Altion Health, which is a medical staffing company. This was something I was unaware of, that a lot of emergency rooms and hospitals are staffed by, not by the hospital, but by a staffing company. And so this is essentially, we'll go ahead and read through it, is talking about how they are responding to the coronavirus. No, I'm not a fan of Count Dankula. He is at best, reactionary grifter, and at worst, he is he's a Nazi. Emergency room doctors and nurses, many of whom are dealing with an onslaught of coronavirus patients and shortages of protective equipment, are now finding out that their compensation is getting cut. Just what they need in these times is their compensation cut. Most ER providers in the US work for staffing companies that have contracts with hospitals. Those staffing companies are losing revenue as hospitals postpone elective procedures and non-coronavirus patients avoid emergency rooms. So this is somewhat telling here, that these staffing companies are losing revenues as hospitals postpone elective procedures. Because what this is telling us is that elective procedures are where they make most of their money. Health insurers are processing claims more slowly as they adapt to a remote workforce. This is something that's happening all over, that workforce is things that used to be processed more quickly are being processed more slowly now because people aren't in the office. So at best, they're working with the um, remote systems. That's if they've set up anything at all. Despite the risks our providers are facing and the great work being done by our teams, the economic challenges brought forth by COVID-19 have not spared our industry. Steve Holtzclaw, the CEO of Altion Health, one of the largest staffing companies, wrote in a memo to employees on Monday. Keep this in mind. This is not an issue with them not having the money to do this. This is that their profits will be smaller. The memo announced that the company would be reducing hours for clinicians, cutting pay for administrative employees by 20%, and suspending 401k matches, bonuses, and paid time off. Holtzclaw indicated that the measures were temporary but didn't know how long they would last. Given what Dr. Damania was saying, was saying, this is the kind of thing he's talking about. The the fact that they're able to cut paid time off. Granted, there's probably not a lot of nurses and doctors who are able to take time off right now, and anyone who had time off is probably canceling it in order to help. But 401k matches, that's important, but not as important as cutting pay and reducing hours for clinicians. What do you think about the people calling like Garfield sexist? I would have to see why they do that. There's certainly some inherent misogyny in the way Jim Davis drew or wrote the women. Uh, yeah, look, just about every media, especially something as old as Garfield, is to some degree sexist, to some degree racist, to some degree transphobic and homophobic, just because that was the society it was made in. I don't know that Garfield is any more or less sexist than its contemporaries. Despite the risks, oh no, I already read that. The memo announced that the company would be reducing. Oh, I already read that. In a follow-up memo sent to salaried physicians on Tuesday night, Altian said it would convert them to an hourly rate, implying that they would start earning less money since the company had already said it would reduce their hours. So these are previously salaried employees who are now not only getting their hours reduced, which under salary would be good, um, I don't know what PITA. If you mean black people, then no, no one should be banned unless they as an individual have done something worthy of it. The memo asked employees to accept the change or else contact the Human Resources Department within 5 days to discuss alternatives. Aha. Without saying what those might be. The memo said Altian was trying to avoid laying anyone off. It's completely demoralizing, said an Altian clinician who spoke on the condition of anonymity at this time. Uh, all times, we're putting ourselves at risk, but also putting our families at risk. Yeah, this is what's happening. Every day, medical people are going into work and they're trying to help people as best they can while avoiding their own possible sickness and demise. But the people who are supposed to be supporting them is cutting them off. Oh, blackface? Yeah, blackface is bad. Uh, I didn't think I'd have to say that, but yeah, blackface is at least that's like this is what I see when I Google it, and that seems to be pretty bad, pretty bad. Not something I would want to promote. So yeah, no blackface, black pizza, like whatever. Some coworkers are already taking on extra burdens, such as living apart from their families to avoid the risk of infecting them, the clinician said. A lot of sacrifices are being made on the front line that the administration is not seeing because they're not stepping foot in a hospital. I've completely lost trust with this company. Uh, yeah, this is happening a lot. A lot of places are being given instructions from on high to tell people how they should work during this pandemic, even though those people who are making those decisions have never been anywhere near the company in question. Other employees will soon follow suit, Holtzclaw said, citing conversations with his counterparts across the industry. You can be assured that similar measures are being contemplated within these organizations and will likely be implemented in the coming weeks, he wrote. Yeah, this is typical. One company decides to make cuts, so the rest make cuts because they know they can get away with it. However, another major staffing company for emergency rooms, Team Health, said its employees would not be affected. We are not instituting any reduction in pay or benefits, Team Health said in a statement to ProPublica. Good. I wish there was some resource to know which hospitals are staffed by Team Health and which are not, so that I can tell people to go to those hospitals. I mean, there's most people aren't going to hospitals right now. It's kind of the problem, but yeah, Team Health should be recognized for this, that they are trying to keep things running as smoothly as possible. We're not introducing any reduction in pay or benefits, in a statement to ProPublica. This is despite incurring significant costs for staffing in anticipation of surging volumes, costs related to quarantine and sick physicians, and costs for PPE as we work hard to protect our clinicians from the virus. Yes. Again, this is some good shit. Obviously, they're willing to suffer lower profits in order to make sure that they still have a workforce at the other side of this. Alteon and its private equity backers, Frazier Healthcare Partners and New Mountain Capital, didn't immediately respond to requests for comment. Private equity investors have increasingly acquired doctors' practices in recent years, according to a study published in February in JAMA. I don't know what JAMA is. Let's find out. Oh, it's a Journal of American Medical Association. Okay. So, reputable source. Cool. Team Health was bought by Blackstone Group in 2016. Another top staffing firm, Envision Healthcare, is owned by KKR. The staffing companies have also been implicated in the controversy over surprise billing. So maybe Team Health isn't all good, but they're at least doing right by their employees in this crisis. Hospital operators have also announced cuts. Tenet Healthcare, a Dallas-based publicly traded company that runs 65 hospitals, said it would postpone 401k matches and tighten spending on contractors and vendors. So tighten spending on contractors and vendors. That actually might be a really good thing, because I don't know that contractors and vendors are the things that really help people get service in a hospital. Contractors and vendors would be like people selling medicine for the doctor to recommend and things like that. Emergency room doctors at Boston's Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center have been told some of their accrued pay is being held back, according to the Boston Globe. That's not cool. More than 1,100 staffers at Atrius Health in Massachusetts are facing reduced paychecks or unpaid furloughs, and raises for medical staff at South Shore Health, another health system in Massachusetts, are being delayed. Several other hospitals have also announced furloughs. Furloughs for medical staff are really bad in this time, in this crisis. That means that they're basically being told to go home and not work because you're not getting paid. So that's not good. We all feel pretty crestfallen, another ER doctor employed by Altion said in a text message. I did expect support from our administrators, and this certainly doesn't feel like it. I imagine not. This would be like, we're stretched thin and we need more help. By the way, we're cutting your pay. At Altion, Holtzclaw wrote that the measures were necessary despite relief available from the $2 trillion stimulus that Congress passed last week. Those provisions include deferring payroll taxes, suspending reimbursement cuts, and receiving advanced Medicare payments. I'll check it out when I'm done with this. Altion's pay cut doesn't affect hourly rates for clinicians, but some of the people characterized as administrative employees are practicing doctors, such as medical directors, according to one who spoke on the condition of anonymity. So this means that these are practicing doctors. They're seeing patients and helping them on the condition of anonymity. But they're also serving as administrative employees, so they're running the administration side, talking to people, checking people out, things like that. In this case, he said the cut amounts to about $20,000 a year. I mean, granted, these people make like in the hundreds of thousands generally, or around 100,000 in the six figures. But still, a $20,000 a year pay cut. Not every doctor lives with a cushion. Let's put it that way. I know I have an aunt who is a child psychologist, so she's not like not a I guess you could say a full doctor or whatever, but she is a medical professional who makes a medical professional's income, and they have struggled pretty much the entire time I have they've been married. Um, she always had certain ideas about how she should live, and so they often spent well beyond their means, which, given their means, is kind of a problem. Every day I'm in country and federal emergency meetings. This is besides seeing patients. I'm doing more hands on work right now than ever before, he said. I'm getting calls 24/7 from the hospital administration, the county management team. I have not had a day off in over 2 weeks, and I'm working all this for 20% less. So that's rough. I'm sure that really sucks for him. But and I mean that sincerely. He's doing more work than ever for less pay than he's probably made in years. But it's still not right, and he shouldn't have to do that. He said he understood the company has to cope with lost income, but he wished the leadership had let employees choose among a range of sacrifices that would best suit their individual circumstances. How about the staffing company just makes less money? How about that? This decision is being made not by physicians, but by people who are not on the front lines, who do not have to worry about whether I'm infecting my family or myself, he said. If a company cannot support physicians during the toughest times, to me there's a significant question of integrity. Yes. Question your bosses. Tell them you don't need them. Another Altion physician said he had been planning to ask for time off to go help out in New York, where the coronavirus outbreak is the worst in the nation. Now he has no paid time off, and he thinks his employer won't support him if he gets sick. He said if his pay drops, he'll have to look for a new job. I have a huge loan payment. I have rent. I have groceries. I am not going to sacrifice my life for when I get sick and they're going to say, you were replaceable, the physician said. I cannot believe they did that to us. So yeah, shit's bad, folks. Can you hear me now? I mean, my Streamlabs says it's okay. Can you not hear me? Okay. Yeah, you were replaceable. That is going to be this call sign for the people going against this. Thank you, Ruby Aries. All right, so let's check out this video you want me to look at.
This morning, Massachusetts State Representative
Oh boy. Yeah, we'll check this out. Got a little bit of requests from the chat here. U.S. Attorney's Office announces arrest of Massachusetts State Rep. This was a couple months ago, but let's see what's going on here.
This morning, Massachusetts State Representative David Nangle was arrested for illegally using campaign funds for personal expenses, defrauding a local bank to secure loans to pay gambling and personal debts, and tax fraud. Overall, the indictment charges Nangle with 28 counts of wire fraud, bank fraud, filing false tax returns, and making false statements to a bank. David Nangle has been an elected member of the Massachusetts House of Representatives for 20 years, representing the 17th Middlesex District, which encompasses parts of Lowell and surrounding towns. Based on the indictment, as to Representative Nangle's campaign funds, it appears that over the years he has stolen over $70,000 of those funds for personal use. Nangle spent that money using a debit card, but also tried to hide his misuse of funds by first buying gift cards purportedly for his staff and then using them for his own personal expenses. Also, to deceive the Massachusetts Office of Campaign and Political Finance and others, Nangle also used an acquaintance as a straw campaign vendor who was paid for providing fake services to Nangle's campaigns, paid with campaign funds, and then gave those funds to Nangle himself for Nangle to use. Nangle used this money to, among other things, pay golf club dues, rent cars for travel to casinos, and to buy flowers for his girlfriend. He then lied on his disclosures to the Office of Campaign and Political Finance to hide all of this activity, and did all of this despite the OCPF having audited Nangle's use of campaign finances in 2007, 2009, 2010, and 2016. So throughout this activity, he was aware that his use of funds was under scrutiny by state authorities. To secure access to even more funding, the indictment alleges that Nangle also lied on 4 bank loan applications at a Lowell bank.
I mean, this is interesting, but this is just pretty standard corruption here. Using campaign funds to treat your girlfriend and pay off your gambling debts. What video did you mean to have me look at?
We're here today to announce 3 separate cases highlighting the ongoing threat posed by Chinese economic espionage and research theft in the United States.
Federal investigators at the Lexington home of 60-year-old Dr. Charles Lieber today, moments after his arrest at his Harvard office.
The complaint alleges that Dr. Lieber signed a contract with the Chinese university in Wuhan and was paid up to $50,000 per month, plus up to $158,000 in living expenses.
The chair of Harvard's chemistry department, he also allegedly received more than $1.5 million to set up a research lab in China, all while working at Harvard and receiving multiple research grants from the U.S. Department of Defense and National Institutes of Health. Also charged today, 2 Chinese nationals, 29-year-old Yang Qingyi, who worked as a scientific researcher at Boston University,
who failed to mention on her visa application that she is also a lieutenant with the People's Liberation Army.
30-year-old Zhaozong Zhang worked on cancer research at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center,
for trying to smuggle vials of biological material out of the United States to China and lying about it to federal investigators.
Now, Lieber is due back in court Thursday. He's currently behind bars. He could face up to 5 years in prison if convicted. And Harvard does tell me he's currently on paid administrative leave. Meantime, Harvard, Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, and BU are all cooperating with authorities. Reporting live in South Boston, Nicole Burley, WCVB News Center 5.
When is this? This is from January, so I mean they were specifically yeah, I'd be a little more open to that idea that COVID-19 is biowarfare if they had been accused of smuggling bioagents into the country. But given that they were accused of smuggling agents out of the country, I don't really see. To me, this just seems like someone who wasn't making enough money as a professor, so they decided to take anyone up on their offer and pick the wrong horse. Damn, I got 3 people in chat. Be sure to leave a follow if you want to come back. And happy to have you here. But that does not say to me that this does not give any additional information that that COVID-19 is a bioagent or is biowarfare. Okay. This is I really should write down where I find these things. It doesn't really matter. I think this was something someone linked on Twitch. Another little briefing going into the issues people are having with staying safe during the coronavirus pandemic. Apparently, the EPA has decided to suspend enforcement and compliance effective March 13th. What this means is that if a company can reasonably claim that COVID-19 prevents them from being responsible with the environment like they're supposed to, then they don't have to. They can just suspend their activities, whatever they're doing, and yeah, that's kind of not a good thing. It says, we'll just read through this a little bit. I've read through some of this. It's very legalese, but basically, the EPA will exercise the enforcement discretion specified below for non-compliance covered by this temporary policy and resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. If regulated entities take the steps applicable to their situations as set forth in this policy, for non-compliance that occurs during this period of time that this temporary policy is in effect and that results from the pandemic, this policy will apply to such non-compliance in lieu of any otherwise applicable EPA enforcement response policy. Now, it goes on to talk about how this is the result of potentially reduced manpower and things like that, which are really, it's good that they're making allowances for this because potentially the other options that things don't happen. However, by completely suspending non-compliance relative to, basically this is relying on self-reporting. They're recognizing that testers, inspectors, and people like that are not going to be available. So it's anyone who's worked in a factory knows that OSHA compliance only matters after something has happened. And OSHA has much less impact than the EPA. And also, it's probably about equal to, there's an equal number of people complaining about OSHA as companies that complain about the EPA. The practical upshot of this is that for the next indefinite period of time, because I don't believe they put a sunset period on this, if a business can reasonably state that their non-compliance is due to the coronavirus, then they won't get punished for it, which means they can dump in drinking water, they can belch out smoke, filters can go unreplaced, all these kinds of things that are normally caught by EPA or are punished when they're found by the EPA. Oh, sorry, COVID-19 prevented us from doing this. In situations where a facility is essential critical infrastructure, the EPA may consider a more tailored short-term no-action assurance with conditions to protect the public if the EPA determines it is in the public interest. This determination may be... The EPA will consider essential the facilities that employ essential critical infrastructure workers as determined by guidance issued by the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. The EPA will continue state review framework reviews and other state program oversight as practicable, taking into consideration priority work in response to COVID-19. During the pendency of the current COVID-19 exigency, the EPA expects to focus its resources largely on situations that may create an acute risk or imminent threat to public health or the environment to ensure protections against such risks or threats. All ongoing enforcement matters are continuing. So this means that they're primarily going to look at situations where infection could occur, particularly of COVID-19, and potentially leaving other things to the wayside. It'd be interesting to see if anyone measures the impact of looser regulations. Could be that EPA regulations were too heavy. Could be they weren't heavy enough. Generally speaking, in a capitalist system, looser regulations lead to a worse world and higher profits for the person benefiting from the regulations. So I would not be confident that this would lead to a realization from reasonable people that regulations were too loose. What role do profits serve in a free market? They are the driving force of the free market. The whole point of a free market is it is unregulated, and so the only goal is profit. Yeah, so this is definitely going to have an impact on the world. Be interesting to see what happens from it. Right, what do profits do to help move resources to where they're most valued? That is an interesting question. What do profits? They don't. Uh, the the theory behind markets is that people will be able to go to multiple different uh, vendors, so to speak, multiple different people, and either negotiate or let the market negotiate a better price for them. The actual effects of uh, markets, for particularly for essential things, is that it concentrates in one or two people's hands, or a handful of people's bank accounts, and then they decide how resources are divided. Didn't you say that everyone's, if one firm is earning a profit, one would attract competition and increase in the provision of things people want? It can, but it's also possible for a business, a company to, in an unregulated free market, make it impossible for anyone else to compete with them. So in the early stages of a free market, how? By monopolizing access to a key resource, just straight bullying, buying people out, preventing people from starting up. Um, if we're talking about libertarian anarcho-capitalism, the companies control. Can you name a key resource with a natural? No, because we don't have an unregulated free market. So the the U.S. government kind of tries to prevent monopolies. Can you name one that would be? I'm not sure exactly what you're arguing. This is basic economics that free markets lead to monopolies. Free capitalist markets, I should say. You name a key resource that in an unregulated market would be monopolized. Access to silica could be easily monopolized because it's only available a few places in the world. Um, water rights access is something that could also be uh, monopolized, particularly if there are government or environmental regulations preventing pollution. Um, and that's ignoring the manpower question, because what a lot of companies did, even in the uh, in the early 20th century, they would just pay their people in company scrip. It's completely worthless outside of the company town. So they couldn't move, they couldn't leave, they were uh, held to that town. Would a monopoly over those things matter if there were substitutes for them? Well, if there were equivalent substitutes, then no, monopoly wouldn't matter because there wouldn't be a monopoly. What are you arguing, mightiest Wood? Um, well, there's at our current technological level, there's no substitute for manpower. So if all the people work for a company, right, but we can't replace. We're in the very very early stages of autonomous driving. Most automated factories have to be set up with the automation doing one very specific thing rather than uh, multiple, uh, rather than being able to change up like humans can do. Like you can have one human who runs this machine, but if you're short-handed, you can run this other machine. Whereas if a robot breaks down, you probably won't be able to repurpose another robot in the meantime. So that machine is down as long as the robot is down. Again, they can be. There are definitely things machines can do as well or better than humans, but there are some things that, again, with our current technology level, only humans can do. Certain um, fine manipulation, judgment calls, and things like that. But I'm still curious what you're trying to argue here, that regulations need to be loosened, or what is your argument? My point is that uh, labor is the driving force behind the economy. And so whoever controls the labor ultimately controls the economy. And if the companies control the labor because they run the schools, they run, because we're talking in the context, profits are the driving force of an economy, especially a free market economy. But labor is what creates the economy. Maybe I misspoke and said profits were, or labor was the driving force. What people are driving for in a market is profits. What drives the economy is labor. Do you understand the distinction? Not true. That is only in our capitalist profit driven system. Uh, in a system where there weren't no, and it's not even 100% true in our system. There are people who work pro bono, who work uh, for just the love of it, or who work for less than they're putting in, work at a loss because they believe in what they're doing, they enjoy what they're doing, or whatever the case may be. And in a situation without the profit motive, people would still have to work. We would still, like in a glorious socialist utopia, we could create a, people would still have to work. They would still have to do labor in order to make the government work, but they wouldn't be doing so for profit. They would be doing so because it's not, because it's necessary for society to continue. On the margin, sure, but people work in order to earn money in excess of their efforts so they can live. If you don't get out more than you put in, then why work? Because you enjoy working, because it's necessary for society. People have done work. No, there. I have met a lot of people who do their jobs who go into work and enjoy going into work even though they're not paid great. I worked in a call center for 5 years and knew multiple people who admitted, yeah, the pay's shit and sometimes the people suck, but hey, I get to talk to people all day. This is fun. I enjoy doing this. There's no reason to think that absent the profit motive, people would not work. Because before we had the profit motive, people still worked. They worked. I mean, before we had like feudal hierarchies and things like that, people did the work they needed to do so that society would survive. That's literally how villages were formed. But that's just it. You're working in a no profit system. You're working to provide for society. Well, if the individual villagers prior to um, you know the creation of larger civilizations, the individual villagers within a village or settlement might trade. Someone might be better at hunting, so they would bring back a surplus of food that they could then trade for someone who was better at crafting clothes um, or furniture or something like that. And then, of course, once villages started growing, they started meeting each other. Then they would start trading. Hey, we have a lot of fish because we live in a very fish rich place. We see that you have a lot of radishes or whatever, and we would like to trade our fish for your, like, that's the basis of the barter system. And none of this was about profit. It was typically about usage of surplus resources. I really didn't need to know that. So if they couldn't trade food for clothes at a profitable rate, would you expect hunters to hunt enough for more than themselves and their family? Yes. Because because before profit, the idea of personal ownership was or excuse me, private ownership was much less. You would go out hunting as a group, and generally your take would be communally shared. Some societies might have the individual might have kept it, but the point was you put in your effort, and that created that provided value, and so you were provided for by the village. Like if your effort was well, not a great deal of abundance. I'm not sure what your point is, because, or I think I know what your point is, but it's not a point. Uh, they didn't have a great deal of abundance, no. It was pretty much they had to hunt or gather or farm all day long. That is an interesting and wrong question. Well, it's not wrong. I apologize. The reason why places like America have such stocked shelves is because the profit motive induces us to overproduce. It's one of the things I've seen a lot of personally. The boy, coronavirus making our supermarkets uh, overproduce relative to what America needs. if we actually distributed what was produced to the whole world equally, then we wouldn't be overproducing. But instead, we're not. We're just producing, loaves of bread for your local Kroger's or Piggly Wiggly or whatever. And so the unsold loaves of bread or cuts of meat or whatever, if society is lucky, it gets donated to food shelters and things like that, but generally it just gets thrown out. Under our current system, no. They would this I started to say, and then then your question kind of distracted me. People saying coronavirus has our shelves looking like socialism. The reason why ostensibly socialist countries' shelves were empty is basically one of two reasons. One is corruption. Cuba to a less extent, but definitely the USSR and China, neither of which, by the way, were actually socialist in any appreciable way, But goods would be produced, and then the higher ups in the party would take their cut, and if there was anything left, it would get distributed to the people. Although, from what I've heard in the USSR, people were actually well fed. Yes, it's live. In no way were farms not collectivized as production. Centrally planned does not necessarily mean socialism. And I know that some of the farming in... no, I'm not a USSR apologist at all. I'm anti-USSR. But the other reason why these allegedly socialist countries, and here I'm talking about Venezuela and Cuba to a lesser extent, is because they only produce enough for their population. And maybe a little bit extra, although actually Venezuela's shelves were empty because the capitalist business owners deliberately withheld product to create poorer conditions. So, again, going back to that whole corruption thing. Why would they do that? So that they could destabilize the economy and hopefully get someone more amenable to capitalism rather than the social democracy that Maduro was attempting to keep going, even though the bottom had already fallen out of the oil market. Yes, capitalism creates cartels. Congratulations. I'm glad you're realizing the situation. And it's not they refuse to make them. They make them, get them shipped in, and let them sit in warehouses. You'd be wrong. Uh, Depending on the regulations in place, cartels will exist in any situation. Yes, profits drive capitalism. So what happens is, and this is happening in America right now as we speak, different companies will basically carve up the country and say, okay, this is my territory, this is your territory, this is her territory, this is that guy's territory. And not necessarily in as direct a way as that, but that is what happened. That's why in my area, I have the choice of Mediacom, or basically it's just Mediacom for good internet and cable. There are a couple other choices for internet, but they're all much, much worse. So if every other cartel member restricts output and raises prices, then what could you, as a member of the cartel, do to make a huge profit? Black market. I mean, there's still other ways of, and also it's then the other members of the cartel use their resources to drive you out. Like, that's always the issue with cartels, is that how? You might be able to take on one individual member of a cartel, but if they all gang up against you, then how do you compete against that? They undercut their price, they undercut your price, and everyone else does that. They cut it until it's a half a penny above cost, and ask, how are you going to make a profit now? And then you either get back with the program or go out of business. In theory, it's great during the fight period, but then the one who bucked the system backs out. And also remember that in America, this system is creating a situation where the media companies and things like that, yes, because then their prices go back up. I don't think you understand how okay, Mightiest Wood, you really seem to live in a world where people have access to unlimited resources, so anyone can just start a new business. Like, I'm apparently, and I apologize. This is apparently a failing on my part. I'm not able to explain to you why people who control the system prevent other people from entering into that system. Yeah, an individual may be able to move in. I've seen it around in my area where people have moved in to try to set up their own local telecom system. Right. That's why I'm not a proponent of free markets. That's why free markets are bad. A regulated market with essential services decommodified would be a pretty based system, in my opinion. Isn't what a problem with government rather than free markets? No, you see, under strong, the problem is that current U.S. regulations only look at monopolies on a national level. So they look at, to continue the example, the telecom industry, and they see that there is there's Comcast and there's Mediacom and there's Cox and there's I forget what the one is out west, but there's all these different companies who have their own areas. So from a national perspective, it looks like there's healthy competition. The problem is that I can't get Cox here in Iowa, or at least not in my area of Iowa. You know, and someone in Kentucky can't get Mediacom, and someone in, you know, there's no national monopoly, but there are local monopolies. Well, no, I'm not saying I want Cox, but my point is that if there is a telecom who with, you know, good prices, good service, etc., it's only going to be available in a small area. Like, Mediacom's not great, but it's the best available in my area. So the current regulations, because they're bought off by the telecoms, by the people in these industries, they don't look at local monopolies, they just look at national monopolies. Um, it's mostly that the telecoms own uh, the lines, the phone lines and things like that, or the fiber lines. The companies who are part of the telecom cartel own access to those lines. So in order to start a new telecom, you either have to get access to those phone lines, those fiber lines, that infrastructure, or you have to build it yourself. Right. It would be worse in a free market because you wouldn't even have the ability to build new lines. They would uh, make sure that doing so was illegal or would be heavily fined. There is no open competition because our government regulations are bought off by. This is an inherent antagonism of capitalism. The corporations will collaborate with the government to make sure that their power is secure. So if the government was so limited in power that it could not grant these privileges, then what margins would these companies compete? They wouldn't. They would compete even less than they do now. Without regulations, then the telecom companies would control not only the existing lines but the ability to create new ones. Unless you want to buy the telephone wire yourself, sink the poles and raise it yourself, or dig the lines and bury the fiber yourself to each and every house you want to supply. How does government restriction of free entry into the industry increase competition? It doesn't. But they are at least forced to give a pretext of competition by not being able to control, by not having one company running all the telecoms in the country. So my point is that without government regulation, we wouldn't have Mediacom here in Iowa, Cox out east, etc. It would all just be Cox, or all just be whoever expanded first. So there would be even less competition with a weaker government without regulations. Because that's how capitalism works. The end point of capitalism is one trillionaire sitting on his pile of money while every single other human on earth labors for his every whim. It's ludicrous to think that the government, that companies would get to a certain point and stop and say, okay, we're big enough. We don't want to control the world. We just want to keep doing our thing. Remember that Amazon started off as a fucking bookseller. And now it's like the largest multimedia. They control most of the internet. Amazon Web Services is what most of the internet runs on. What mechanism ensures what? What government regulations and the intelligence or wisdom of the people running the company. To stick with the Amazon example, if Amazon had had someone in charge of it who was less ambitious and less clever, they probably would have died with the dot-com bubble. But instead, they expanded into selling not just books. They started selling other stuff. And then they started making stuff. And then they started spinning up servers. And they kept expanding their sphere of influence. It's not quite a monopoly. There are other online sellers and other services, but it's pretty much a functional monopoly. No one's going to unseat Amazon unless something massive happens to Amazon or to our society. What would it implies nothing about their prices. They have no reason to adjust their prices because there are other perks. Basically, they can't gouge prices as easily because there are other online sellers, but they have no incentive to lower their prices and undercut other sellers because they know that their other perks make up for any difference in price. Like 2-day shipping, 1-day shipping on some things, at free, like at no cost. Okay. By all means, I agree that in an ideal system, a monopoly could be incentivized to pay attention to its customers and react accordingly. But in our real system, there's no reason companies have to pay attention to their customers if they're already in a monopoly or near monopoly like telecoms and Amazon are. What are you going to do? Are you going to order from the other place that doesn't have free 2-day shipping? That, might take a week or more to get there? Price greater than average cost, producing a profit. Given that Amazon's prices remain low, we might be dealing with the model of monopolistic competition instead. Okay, I'll be totally honest. I have 0 econ training, so this is just kind of little bits and pieces of what I've managed to pick up over the years. So I don't know what you mean by the model of monopolistic competition. But everything I have read and everything I've experienced, although I know anecdote is not data, well, I know how capitalism works. No, you're not being a jerk. You're right. I mean, I've observed how these things work. And while there might be an economic model that talks about monopolistic situations, I mean, let's fuck it. We have the entire internet at our disposal. Let's learn. Wikipedia, always a good place to start. Monopolistic competition is a type of imperfect competition such that many producers sell products that are differentiated from one another and hence are not perfect substitutes. Right. This is the situation we're in now, where we have one or two companies who distribute, who sell all the different soda and chips and things like that. The importance start with the role of profits as signals wrapped in incentives. I, I understand that there is a lot of theory that talks about why free markets are a good idea, but in practice, we've like the argument would have to be that because I've talked to ANCAPs and people with those kind of beliefs before, and they've actually said that in a totally unregulated free market system, that small businesses would compete with larger corporations, and that would rely on uh, a system with no regulations, making it easier for small businesses to compete with the likes of Walmart and Amazon. And that's just not logical. It doesn't logically follow. Not every industry benefits from economies of scale. That part has nothing to do with regulations. No one is going to start a business. Right. But capitalism, inherent to capitalism, is unending growth. And this is what we have seen capitalists do. Which part sounds great? I'm not sure what the delay is, so I'm not sure which one you're reacting to. But what we've seen capitalists do is they have sacrificed over and over again long-term profitability for short-term profits. We're seeing this right now with people with companies that are uh, not producing things that we need for the coronavirus uh, pandemic. All of them, and then I'm I apologize. What is all of them, and do they survive such decisions? What decisions are you referring to? Capitalists only being concerned about short-term profits. Weird critique to me. One of the things people value is a steady. Right. Yes, individuals well, but we've observed multiple times. Just as an example, the video game industry. We've seen multiple video game companies decide to pursue short-term profits in the form of microtransactions, season passes, things like that. even though it taints the brand and makes it so. And we've seen this. Call of Duty games peaked at like Modern Warfare. No, one of the other ones broke pre-order records and stuff like that. But they've uh, the video game companies that do this, they generate a lot of short-term profit, but they burn any kind of goodwill or forgiveness from their audience, so they uh, yes, they're making short-term profits, and it's going quarter to quarter, and they're making these profits. But I mean, Blizzard has also pretty much everything they've done since StarCraft 2. With Overwatch, I guess, is another successful game they put out, but they've not made a lot of good decisions otherwise. And yes, Hearthstone also has come out since StarCraft 2. I forgot that was a Blizzard title. Um, I mean, we've seen this with companies making short-term decisions such as laying off people or changing production. Well, it's been nice talking to you, Mightiest Wood. You too. Take it easy. Stay safe. But yeah, multiple times, multiple times we've seen instances of companies making short-term decisions that will lead to issues such as laying people off, changing their production schedule, and things like that. This is not a rare or unheard of phenomenon. Um, just because something like League and really the thing with League and StarCraft 2, less so StarCraft 2, uh, is that League is free to play. Like their profit model is actually not bad for League. I won't at least it wasn't the last time I fucked around with it. I don't really pay attention to League anymore. But yeah, so they're about uh, they're a free to play game who basically just monetizes cosmetic things, which Jim Sterling has some issues with that, and I tend to agree with Jim Sterling. But all right. So I have to pee real quick, so I'll be right back. And I'm back. Glad to see at least one person stuck around. Nice to see you, dude. So, gonna move on. Had a couple of nice conversations here. Glad to see it. But now we're gonna move on to, well, some unfortunate shit that's been happening. Different companies, not basically different companies that are doing the wrong thing to keep society going during coronavirus. And the first one I want to talk about is Hahnemann University Hospital in Philadelphia. And the long and short of this is that, well, let's go ahead and read the article here. We can talk about it as we go through it. A hospital with room for nearly 500 beds has been closed for months in the center of Philadelphia, a city bracing for the spread of the coronavirus and a crush of sick patients. When this article was published about 5 days ago, and updated a couple days after that. The facility will remain empty, city officials said, because they cannot accept the owner's offer. Buy the hospital or lease it for almost $1 million a month, including utilities and other costs. This is the rent-seeking behavior we see from many capitalist institutions, where they're trying to create a situation where they don't have to do anything and they get money in. So either he gets a massive paycheck or he gets a recurring paycheck each month. We don't have the need to own it nor the resources to buy it. So we are done and we are moving on, Mayor Jim Kenney told reporters on Thursday during the city's daily briefing. The next day, he said the Temple University would let the city use a music and sports venue for free. The city would no longer pursue the closed facility, Hahnemann University Hospital. This means that the people in Philadelphia who get sick with the COVID are going to be being taken care of at a music and sports venue, so basically an auditorium or a stadium, something of that description, instead of an actual medical facility designed for people to use. The next day, he said the Temple University would let the city... The abrupt end of the dispute underscored the frantic search for more hospital beds as cities try to prepare for a crisis that is overwhelming medical facilities in New York, and highlighted the tensions between the government officials and businesses in response to the pandemic. This week, the Trump administration backed away from announcing a $1 billion deal with General Motors and Ventec Life Systems to produce ventilators after officials said they needed more time to assess the estimated cost. So we'll be talking about GE and ventilators here in a moment. In Philadelphia, coronavirus infections are quickly rising. On Friday, the city health commissioner reported 154 new cases for a total of 637 cases across every zip code of the city and 3 deaths. This virus is everywhere in Philadelphia. So this is a city that's going to be hit hard if they're already 600 cases. And that number has likely gone up in the last week. The owner of the hospital, Joel Friedman of Broad Street Healthcare Properties, a real estate company, said he had offered to sell the facility to the city well below market price or to lease it for $60 a bed a day, far less than what 2 other hospitals in California agreed to charge to lease their facilities. The issue is that it's sitting empty now. No one is in there. So it's not like it's just not available for the city to use, but it's still being used. It's just an empty building right now. Anyone looking at the apples to apples comparison can see that Mr. Friedman not only desired to be helpful to the city of Philadelphia and its leaders, but he was very reasonable. Only from a bloodless neoliberal stance. I don't see it as reasonable to say that well, you can only use my hospital if you're going to pay me for it. Fuck you. It's as simple as that. People are going to die because he didn't let the city use this hospital, or he demanded a massive payment for it. And Mr. Friedman isn't even in Philadelphia, so he's not even going to. Uh, there's not going to be any fallout for him because he's across the country. We're disappointed that they didn't accept what we offered, but we stand ready to be helpful to the city or state if they want to reopen discussions. Mercenaries. Hahnemann Hospital, which once served the city's poorest patients, closed in September 2019. The hospital had been suffering millions of dollars in losses a month. The Philadelphia, right? It's expensive in our system to run a hospital, particularly if you typically serve poor people, because poor people don't pay. I'm a poor person. I'm not talking shit about anyone here. Poor people don't pay. The decision to close the excuse me. We relentlessly pursued numerous strategic options to keep Hahnemann in operation and have been uncompromising in our commitment to our staff, patients, and community. We are faced with the heartbreaking reality that Hahnemann cannot continue to lose millions of dollars each month and remain in business. The decision to close the hospital last year infuriated local leaders and led Senator Bernie Sanders, the Vermont independent running to be the Democratic nominee for president, to hold a rally outside the hospital. Well, good way to bring attention to it. He described the closure as a consequence of greed, an example of the need for a better healthcare system. Right. To get back to what I talked about earlier, when I talked about the medical staffing and Dr. Damian's uh, discussion manifesto, the problem with our system, with our medical care system, is the people at the top who ultimately make the decisions are not the same ones who know what is best for our system. Okay. Mr. Singer said Mr. Friedman had been unfairly maligned throughout the recent dispute, and that his obligations included maintenance, compensating his staff, and paying off the loan he took out to buy the property. Because, of course, that paying off the loan is the responsibility of the city and the hospital rather than the person who took out the fucking loan. Don't worry, we'll get to Landlords soon. They've wrongly been critical of Mr. Friedman. We understand that emotions are high. We don't want in any way to hold that against them. Easy to be all high and mighty like that when you're basically saying, well, we'd like to let you use the hospital, but we want to make sure that we're going to get paid first. Even with those harsh words, our doors, our ears, our minds are still open. We want to help, but only if we get paid. You know, kind of sound like a broken record at this point, but it's the recurring issue. Hold on a second. I want to make sure. Okay. What the hell happened to my header? What the fuck? Hold on a sec. I must have clicked something very wrongly. There we go. That's better. Okay. So as I was saying, yeah, the constant issues with making sure that people get paid is a lot of what's causing a lot of the issues and cracks that show in our system. Not the least of which is red line go down. Since last fall, the hospital has sat empty and fallen into disrepair. It has no beds and requires extensive work to make it usable again. So that is another issue, and probably a big part of why the government decided the government of the city decided not to purchase the building, because it would require a great deal of money and time and effort to make the hospital usable again. Mr. Kenny said the city had offered to lease the hospital for a nominal amount and pay for its maintenance and expenses, a deal that would have meant hundreds of thousands of dollars a month for Mr. Friedman and made the property more marketable in the future. That seems reasonable. I'm not typically one to side exclusively with businesses and the like, side with governments. Although I generally will side with them against businesses, but this seems reasonable, and again, this is an example of a capitalist pursuing short-term profit over potential long-term profitability. What's he doing right now? It's sitting empty. He's probably getting a bit of tax credit or write-off for owning the building. That's why a lot of real estate prices are so high, because they can sit empty. But otherwise, he's not making any money. He's not making any rent. He's not making any income from people coming into work. He's making none of that. Instead, he's paying off the loan, which I'm sure he can handle no problem. But again, he's sacrificing short-term profit, or he's sacrificing potential long-term profit because he wants to increase his short-term profit. Instead, Mr. Friedman wanted the city to pay $400,000 a month in rent, in addition to making improvements and paying for other expenses, Mr. Kenny said. I'll let others decide whether that's reasonable or not. I mean, it sounds like the city probably agreed to the rent, but there was some disagreement about who should be responsible for renovating and upkeep and things like that. Mr. Singer said the city contacted Mr. Friedman around March 11th about leasing the property. We responded immediately and said, yes, we would like to help in any manner. Mr. Friedman offered to sell the property below market price or lease it for $27 a bed a day. The city would have to pay an additional $33 a bed a day to cover the cost of utilities and taxes, he said. The full amount came to about $910,000 a month. They just decided, we're not going to pursue Hanneman, he said. Yes, because you made it too expensive. Austerity has meant that our city and state governments, let alone our federal governments, are running on shoestrings. An extra $1 million a month probably would have meant any number of social services would be cut for a 500-bed hospital. City officials had signaled that negotiations were breaking down earlier this week. On Tuesday, the city's managing director, Brian Abernathy, told reporters that what Mr. Friedman wanted was unreasonable. I think he's looking at this as a business transaction rather than providing an imminent and important aid to the city and our residents. That's exactly what he's looking at it as. This is the problem with commodifying essential services such as medical care. Everything is a business transaction. You can't do nothing is providing aid unless it also puts money in his pocket. Whether through, and just to be clear so no one tries to gotcha me on charity and things like that, but charity puts money in your pocket when you claim it on your taxes. I'm not entirely clear on whether it's a tax credit or you don't have to pay taxes on what you. I'm not entirely sure, but I know for a fact that charities make a lot of money come tax time from people wanting to write them off on their taxes. City Councilor Helen Jim said on Twitter that day that Philadelphia should not let unconscionable greed get in the way of saving lives and called for acquiring the property through eminent domain. Mr. Kenny said city officials had explored that option but determined it was too time consuming and would require them to purchase the building at market price. Yes, that is one of the dirty little secrets of eminent domain that a lot of people don't talk about, is that, yes, you can come in and say, the government can come in and say, I am taking this product or this property, but they then have to pay for it. Like, you can't tell them no, but they also then have to pay for it if that is the method they pursue. Mr. Kenny said in a news conference Friday that the city would use the Liacoris Center, a concert and sports venue at Temple University, for additional hospital space. The university will let the center be used for free, and the space can fit up to 250 beds. So instead, they got half the beds. Yeah, on a basketball court. I mean, it's certainly better than nothing, but it's still not great. It's there's no way that will come close to the sanitation requirements of a hospital. But again, better than nothing. So moving on here, as the article we just read mentioned, General Electric and ventilators. They are, according to this article here, General Electric is moving forward with producing ventilators and Ford. Ford is using a Rawsonville, Michigan plant, which is good. That will make sure that these people continue to either continue to have a job or will create jobs for them. And we'll create the ventilators we need. They're plan to produce 50,000 ventilators over the next 100 days, so that's 3 months, and then continue making 30,000 ventilators a month. Just consider that. Given the numbers I've seen for the potential coronavirus, this is going to be necessary. We're going to need, potentially, if things get real bad, hundreds of thousands of ventilators. I know that recently Trump came out and that his administration came out with numbers of was it 100 to 200,000 casualties, which means we're talking millions of people sick with it. Like, even with the 1 to 2% case fatality rate that this disease has, 1% to get 100,000, you need to have what is 1%? Would that be 1 million? Honestly, that seems low. 1%. Sorry, I was an English major, not a maths major. No, yeah, 10 million. To get 100,000 dead with a 1% case fatality rate, you're looking at 10 million people sick with it. If a quarter of those people need ventilators, and the numbers I've seen are a lot higher than that, you're looking at needing 2.5 million ventilators. So 30,000 a month might get there. So General Motors is making ventilators in Kokomo, Indiana. And Tesla has also said they're going to make it in their Medtronic facility in Buffalo. So they are doing some. But just the other day, we had some information from some workers in, I believe, Lynn, Massachusetts, and and then the company's Boston headquarters are calling. They want to go back to work to help the country. They want to produce the ventilators that will be necessary to make sure that as many people as possible live through this pandemic. And it's going to be rough. They want it's ridiculous because General Electric announces laying off 10% of its domestic aviation workforce to save up to $1 billion, even though they're going to be getting billions of dollars in federal assistance. Oh, I'm sorry. It says it does not plan to request funds from the stimulus. So they're shutting down their factories instead of moving to produce them for what we actually need. Because, and this is the part that, where was it? It says it has ramped up ventilator production, but it says that it also needs to consider the needs of its other customers, like the U.S. military, before changing the types of products a specific factory makes. Thank you, Doug. Steak noise is cool. So this means that GE is putting the needs of our military-industrial complex, which is basically just exists to bomb brown people because they don't want to produce ventilators that could help save lives. GE is working around the clock to increase production of much needed medical equipment, but they're leaving factories empty so that they don't have to, so that they can make sure that if the government needs some more engines, they're ready to produce them at a moment's notice, even though somehow I don't think we're going to need a lot of engines in the next year or so. I mean, this goes into the whole military-industrial complex where these militaries are literally making they're ordering planes and tanks and jeeps and vehicles like that the military doesn't need. This isn't the military ordering this. This is our Congress ordering these things from manufacturers so that those manufacturers can make money. This is the $10,000 toilet seat, $5,000 hammer political grift. And now GE is saying, well, if they order another order of jet engines, we got to be able to. Yes, it's General Electric. Did I say GM? I'm sorry. I misspoke. But no, it's. Okay, this is my mistake. I misread both of these and conflated General Electric and General Motors. So, General Electric, yes, I apologize. Thank you for pointing that out, Doug. General Electric workers are protesting that they want to be put to work making ventilators. No word on what General Motors workers are doing, although it does say it has plans to make ventilators at one of his factories in Kokomo. With General Electric, they're not making, keeping their facilities in place to keep making stuff that the U.S. military wants, even though the U.S. military may not want those things anymore, or may not want them. I guarantee the military doesn't want them in general, because most of the things that get ordered for the military are not things that they need. They're new planes, new jeeps, new tanks, things like that. But what we need is to reinforce and create more safe versions of what we already have. We've all heard the stories of people in Iraq and Afghanistan putting sandbags under the Humvee, stuffing books into their vests so that they have something if they hit an IED or get into a firefight. GE is claiming to work around the clock to increase production of much needed medical equipment, which is good. I'm sure they're making as much as profit allows. With a plan to double it again by June, in addition to partnering with Ford to further increase ventilator production. So they are working together with other companies, but I would argue that when your workers are saying, hey, we want to do more, that they're not doing enough. That they're desperate to help. And ventilators are desperately needed at hospitals in New York, all over, but especially New York, Washington State. Those are the two biggest hit by this pandemic. And yeah, these are highly skilled workers. They are. I've worked in factories not anywhere near as complex as what I imagine would be in a General Electric, because there you're dealing with like electronics and shit like that. I just worked in a plastic factory where I made fucking tanks. So anything more complex than drill a hole and stick a bulkhead in it is way more complex than what I would do. And I imagine that that is what a this is what General Electric makes. I know they make, I mean, obviously they make things like washers and dryers and ovens and things like that. But these are highly skilled workers, and this is a very good question. Why are they facing layoffs instead of having the opportunity to use their skills to help save lives? There will come a time when we run out of ventilators, and the people who were protesting in Boston and who were working, who were various other protests in Massachusetts, all over Massachusetts, looks like, their action and GE's failure to react to that will cost lives. So yeah, that's how it stands with making sure that people who get COVID can breathe and shit like that. So I've been promising all day that I will talk about landlords. So let's do that. You know, when I click on the address bar, it's supposed to highlight it all and erase it? This was started by this guy. Pretty cool dude. If you live in the Tampa area of Washington, 10th District, CD10, Please vote for him. It's Tacoma. Why did I say Tampa? Tampa is fucking Florida. I'm sorry. Tacoma. Joshua Collins. He's a cool dude. Truck driver. Running for Congress. Seriously, pay attention to this guy. I think he's probably going to go places. He's got a really good attitude, and he's really really smart, passionate, clever, good guy. So Joshua Collins just kind of ruminated a couple weeks ago about, or maybe it was 10 years ago, who knows, about as people started getting laid off, losing their jobs, having to quit or take unpaid time off from their jobs to care for people, or just left their jobs because they could no longer justify staying at work and risk contracting the disease or taking it home to their family. He started Rent Strike 2020. And I support this. And it's been great watching and reading as people talk about organizing with their building. There's been a couple of instances of people. I just realized I haven't been recording this whole time. Awesome. Oh well. I mean, you all saw it, but it'll make it for a rough video later. But anyway. So the idea here with a rent strike, as with any kind of strike, is to withhold your whatever it is you provide, in this case, your money, from the people who want it. A traditional strike is withholding your labor from the owner so that he doesn't make any money, and it serves as a reminder that you, as the laborer, or in this case, you as the renter, are the source of his income. And therefore, the power should be in your hands and not his. Or hers. There are plenty of female landlords, not meaning to be gender specific. So this is, and what's great is that he proposed this, he made a Twitter account, a Facebook page, and it grew beyond him very quickly, which is gratifying to me. It means that there's a lot more of this kind of sort of class consciousness. It's bizarre to me, to be perfectly honest, how many people I've seen talk about the issues of capitalism without calling it the issues of capitalism. This is one of the major issues a lot of people have with John Oliver. The major issues I have is that he talks about the issues caused by capitalism, but he doesn't connect it all together. One analogy I like is it's if you get a call from your neighbor and he tells you that it seems like someone left all the lights on and it's really hot coming off your house. Maybe you should do something about that. Make sure you turn the lights off. And you might want to air it out. It stinks to high heaven over there. And you get there and your house is burned down. Because he didn't tell you your house was burned down. He just told you the symptoms of it. That's what John Oliver does. That's what a lot of people do. That's what the Dr. Damania talked about earlier. It's the antagonisms of capitalism that create these conflicts, these issues. But because our society is so anti-socialist, so capitalism is so bred into the bones of our country, the idea that the issue could be capitalism is anathema to some people. Fortunately, this is changing. We are growing, we are learning, we are people are more willing to acknowledge the issues inherent in the system, and that's a good thing. And I think that the solidarity that has come together among renters, I've heard of multiple cases. There's been one or two instances. I'm not sure if it was one instance I saw twice or two instances of two different things. But a landlord sent out an email to every tenant in their system and didn't blind carbon copy it. So each tenant got a list of every other tenant's emails, and now that landlord is facing a strike united among every single member of the every single tenant in every single one of their buildings. That's great. That is how you break a landlord. You get every single person in that rents from them to say, no, I'm not paying. Then what is it going to do? Is it going to kick all of them out? I mean, on top of that being not very feasible, it's also not very effective because he's still not making money. And quite frankly, if you can get people to agree enough on a rent strike, then it should be trivial to get people to work together to keep someone from coming in, which is what you would have to do to prevent, to essentially squat, which is essentially what you have to do on a rent strike. Sit home and stay strong. Send people out if you need to replenish supplies or whatever. I'm so hoping that this coronavirus, that the lessons that are being taught sink in. There's another little lesson that's being learned. I think find it. Yeah. Okay, this is the Facebook page. This was started by American Johnson. I think. Anyway, American Johnson is another YouTuber. He hosts Non-Compete. He's all right. I'm not. He's had some yikes takes in the past. I'll be perfectly honest. I thought he had a general strike page, but maybe he didn't create a website. But anyway, here we go. That's right. He posted it to Medium. So a general strike is what socialists have been crying out for decades. It's where all the workers, ideally of the world, but we'll settle for America for now, standing up as one and saying, we create this economy. Without us, you make nothing. So we demand our equal share. We demand, we control, because the dirty little secret that the owners don't want you to know is that the workers already control the environment. We've all been in workplaces where there's the rules and there's how things are done. And the rules only apply when the boss is around. The boss isn't there, it's how things are done. This has pretty much been the case every single place I've ever worked. And that is what I mean by the workers already controlling the workplace. But the boss has an artificial position of authoritarianism. Workplaces are authoritarian. It's as simple as that. There's a hierarchy, a dude at the top who sends dictates on down from on high, and maybe has a suggestion box or something like that to take input from those below. But you know, there's no mechanism to make them unless you have a strong union, and even then, you need to have a strong union. I've known multiple places that had a weak union or a union that was basically run by the owners, and that's virtually useless. So let's go over. I didn't really plan on talking about the general strike here today. This is something that I'll be honest. I have less hope for a general strike than I do for the rent strike. Mostly because most people pay rent and are going to have trouble doing it, so they're more likely to get involved with this. Most people who are working right now just want to keep working. They just want to, they can't afford to, I don't think we're going to have enough time to create the kind of infrastructure and resources necessary to make a general strike happen on May 1st. Not to mention, I don't know that there is enough general support. This is a very online momentum, or movement. There is some good signs. Whole Foods is holding a sick out today, and I think for the next couple of days, which means same with Amazon warehouse workers. So don't order from Amazon. You won't get it, and you're just making it shitty for anyone who can't or won't walk out. I mean, they're scabs anyway, but try not to make it worse on the people who stick around. But this could still happen. Certainly, the destabilizing effects of coronavirus are, as a student of history, I have seen, I've heard of empires falling for less than a pandemic that will kill hundreds of thousands or millions of people. Moving on from the rent strike, I did kind of want to talk about landlords. And what I always find funny about landlords is this is not an original observation, but the idea that as a landlord, you are entitled to continual return on investment. That is, you are entitled to continually receive money no matter what happens to the economy from your investment. And I know a lot of people talk about landlords taking risk when they buy a house. What risk? I mean, yes, if you rent to low-income people, there is an increased chance that those people uh, will do damage to the property. But that's a risk with any tenant, really. And the thing is that lower income people are less likely to, they're more likely to trash a place through neglect, either because they don't care or they have to work so much they don't have time for upkeep. Whereas wealthier people are going to wreck it through malicious or at least deliberate action. You know, tearing down walls or throwing parties or something like that. So I don't think the risk argument for, hey, what's up, Max? How's it going? Yep, Jupiter the Pope. I am the Pope of Jupiter. So landlords give nothing to society. Anyone who claims that landlords, they do maintenance, or my landlord comes around and mows the lawn every week. Cool. Those are services they could provide and should be compensated for outside of the fact that they are allowing you to live in their building. Housing is a human right. It's as simple as that. And the best part about that is that you can't use the housing is a human right, or X is a human right, so you're enslaving the people who do X. Because we're not trying to enslave landlords, we're trying to eliminate them. Get a job. What is this about? Basically, I'm just talking about landlords and renting and things like that. I suppose I should change the stream information because I'm pretty much done with the COVID and capitalism I was talking about. Landlords. Landlords, because of a ritual performed potentially hundreds of years ago, they claim they own the land, so they get to decide who lives there and collect rent, collect money for deciding to let someone live there. I don't think that's right. I don't think that, as an anarchist, I don't think that people should be restricted in where they can go and where they can stay. Now, I acknowledge that in our current system, well, no, there's nothing about our current system that says that that leaders or that people, that there needs to be a system controlling who stays where. We have dozens of empty houses for each homeless person. There are, I've heard, there are relationships in California that are only still extant because of the rent prices. People are staying with partners they shouldn't because they have a good deal on their rent. I mean, this is the world we're in. And landlords are making it worse because they're the only organization who thinks that they should continue to get paid, even though few other people are continuing to get paid, at least at the working level. You're right. System is fucked. I'm hoping that we learn the lessons of that we're learning from Corona, and that we can unfuck the system. It may require tearing it down. That's a very real possibility. But I mean, we got to do what we got to do. Make that short little one there. Maybe I'll just splice them together. Oh. Oh yeah, what's the system in Northern England? I know that England used to have, I think they were called council estates or something, where uh, poor people could live there like for a nominal rent or for no rent or something like that. I don't know the exact system. I just know that it's uh, it's not a great system, uh, but it's better than nothing, I guess. Same, but every yeah. So what is it? Do you pay no rent or is it just a really low nominal rent? Oof. 6 people in a two-bedroom house. That's a squeeze. Yeah, that's the other problem with poor families. Um, they tend to be larger, and poor houses tend to be smaller. So it's kind of a bad mix there. Yeah, we have something similar here in America called uh, it's usually referred to as Section 8 housing, and it's for low income families, and it's supposed to be low income people and families. That's shift sleeping 3 8-hour pairs. When it's adults doing it, but um, the specific situation I'm talking about is two brothers, three sisters, Doug, and that's not. Yeah, so she's probably not home much at all anymore, is she? I think you said you were like 15 or so. Are you the oldest, or are you sort of in the middle? Second oldest, so you got one older sibling. Yeah, so I'm sure you spend a lot of time taking care of your younger siblings, which is another reason why a lot of poor families have a lot of kids. So the older ones can take care of the younger ones, uh, and things like that. But it's still not a good system. Uh, Improvements are definitely something that we're aiming for. Have you? Uh, I know England is getting pretty hard hit by coronavirus. Have you noticed a lot of um, talk about organizing or anything like that? Rent strikes or just striking from work, or is it pretty much just people got to eat, so they got to keep working? No, you haven't seen anything. I didn't think so. I imagine most of that stuff, if it is happening in England, Well, I agree that generally just complaining with no end goal is a waste of time and effort. But the idea of, oh, don't complain, you can't change anything, is a tool of the oligarchy to keep us from discussing our grievances. I guarantee. Now, I don't know. Yes, that is very modern culture. Is just toughen up and deal with it. And I wish that there was. Well, I guess that depends on what you consider worse than you. Um, because even if someone's making less money or they have a harder job, ultimately we're all in this together. All the workers are uh, people are making less money because the bosses decided they're worth less. There's not worth less, not worthless, to be clear. So we can uh, continue to let the system be controlled by the bosses and not talk about our issues, or we can get people who uh, or people can get together and talk through their issues, not complaining, not just bitching and belly aching, but actually stating uh, their issues with to each other about the system and working together to change it. I remember, I don't know what it was like for you, and you were in school a lot more recently than I was. You're still in school, I hope. I remember talking about how um, individuals are weak, uh, people together are strong. And the way they always did it was take a pencil, and a single pencil you can snap, no problem. But if you have a bundle of pencils, it's a little harder to break it. You may not even be able to unless you're really strong. So I think that's an excellent example that an excellent metaphor for uh, how we improve the system. Collectivization. Let uh, get the people together who do the work. Because as much as people think that their job is dependent on, as much as people think they are dependent on the people who own and run their business, uh, the people who own and run the business are much more dependent on labor. In some ways, you're better on your own. Mm, Not when you're trying to change a system. I mean, there might be some situations where you're better off. Uh, there may be some minor situations where you're better on your own, but again, not when you're trying to improve the system. You might be able to improve things for yourself in a minor way by going on your own, but it's a much stronger position to say, "Hey, me and the mates we decided that this factory isn't moving unless we get these demands." And then, of course, they can bring in scabs and other people to work, and that is a weakness. No, I don't own a business. I Right now, this is my job. I actually was fired about 2 weeks ago. I don't have an actual job right now, but I've worked pretty steadily since I was 18. But one of the big weaknesses that we have is that people are individualist, so they believe that they need to succeed or fail as an individual. And so, yes, any individual can get any individual can succeed or fail on their own, and an individual going to a business asking for help or asking for an improvement may get an improvement in their own personal situation, but that improvement will not necessarily be an improvement in for the rest of the workers. Whereas if the workers get together and say, "Hey, these are our demands," then that's a much stronger position. You're going to learn a lot about individual action within the context of a group in the Army. I can pretty much guarantee it. Jimmy don't get a raise without Timmy, Tommy, Johnny, and so on. I am a business. I got folks back. I run my store, and my folks get good treatment. Yeah. Doug doesn't own the business, but he is fairly influential in the business, and he does take care of his employees. But ultimately, he's still, Doug, you're still beholden to the whims of the owners. They're still the ones who have final say. One of the biggest reasons why our system is so fucked is how much people discourage individual or collective action. The rugged. It's actually something I've been thinking about since I've learned more and more about collectivism, socialism, etc. That the idea of this is largely an American idea. I think it's less of a, although it might have spread to England from American influence. But the idea that England is, or that that the American should be a rugged individual, and yet that rugged individual, and I've talked to people who are like, yeah, I'm a free thinker, rugged individual, who continue to kowtow to businesses and to business owners because they have to stand on their own. You either rise or fall by yourself, rather than working with a group and the whole group rises. If you're born into poverty, it's hard to get out and become rich. Absolutely, yes. And that is the great trick of capitalism, is to tell people under capitalism anyone can become rich. Anyone can work hard and start a business, create a product, do whatever and become rich. And that's true. Anyone can become wealthy, but not everyone can. And the problem is that our system right now is structured such that you have to make it to live a dignified life. 50, 60 years ago in America, I'm sure it was the same in England, a person could work a 40-hour job and they would make enough to live a dignified life and raise a family. Now, we got people working 80, 100 hours a week just to keep their head at sea level. And landlords are part of that problem. By make it, I mean either create a business or product or something that takes off, or become part relatively higher up in a successful business. Like my friend Doug, who's in the YouTube chat, he's basically, you can disagree with me if you want, Doug, but he's basically as high up in his company as he can really get. I mean, I know that they've made some noise about giving you some other, like the IT position and stuff like that, but uh, realistically, you're not getting any higher than store manager. I mean, maybe they'll fuck around and give you the a regional manager position, um, but I mean, it doesn't sound like video games, etc., is doing that good. If your owner isn't even taking a salary, although we've discussed how that actually means. Uh, that is another problem. Never creating a business too much of a risk. That is another big problem, that poor people can try to start a business, but if they fail, they lose everything. They go broke. They lose their house. They lose any kind of asset. And the worst part is that unless they do things exactly right, it can tank their credit and make it impossible for them to get approval for anything in the future. This is the number one argument that people make against. Yeah, exactly. If it failed, you'd be done. If This is the number one reason against worker ownership of businesses, that well, the owner took the risk in creating the business. Why should the workers get it? You get control of it, and it's like, if he took a risk, it makes it seem like the people the business owners will no longer be able to be part of the business, which is not the case. If Bernie Sanders waved a magic wand and collectivized all the businesses in America, there's no reason to say that Jeff Bezos couldn't get a job at Amazon, but he would have to do the work, and he would only get paid for the work he did, rather than right now where he reaps all the rewards of the hundreds of thousands of laborers who work under him. So I agree, starting a business is a risk, and that's another thing that I've seen a lot of successful entrepreneurs talk about, is all the businesses that they started that failed. I think it was Elon Musk started multiple businesses before he hit on PayPal, and now Tesla. I think Musk was PayPal, but you know, all the business owners who, or all the entrepreneurs who were like, I started this company, it burned down. I started this company, it went out of business. I started this company, it limped along for a little while. So, and I learned something from each one. And oh, you're all good, Max. And the thing they're not pointing out is that they had either the familial resources or resources from something else to rebuild from those failures. Whereas poor people, they make a mistake, their business goes under, they're done. They're broke. They've lost their credit, their income, their resources. You know, this happened to a lot of people when the dot-com bubble burst back in the early 2000s, and then the housing bubble also caused a lot of people to, although the housing bubble burst caused a lot of people to lose their houses, even though the only risk they taken was purchasing the house. And yeah, the American dream only exists for a certain percentage. It's not the same 1%, but I would argue that the American dream exists for about 1% of the population. That idea that you can start a business or create a product and you'll become fabulously wealthy, 1% of the population. It's not the same 1% that like Occupy was talking about or Bernie Sanders talks about, but yeah, I agree. It's about 1% of the population will succeed at the American dream, and the rest will be stuck in the gutter. That's that's why we're agitating for change, because we're experiencing inequality, income inequality not seen since like the time of the pharaohs, when you literally had not actual slaves. The evidence for slaves in Egypt is virtually non-existent, but you definitely had uh, what I'm so dumb right now. Peasants working either in the fields during the planting and harvesting seasons or in the building, and basically they worked for their bread, and what they didn't get went to the priests and the pharaoh. And we're seeing a very similar situation now, where the majority of people in America, in the UK, in Europe, in Asia, um, in Africa, the majority of people are either subsistence living, like living outside of a society and living off the land, or uh, uh, or they're working in wage slave jobs. And yeah, low paying jobs tend to be, yeah, that's because uh, being able to lift with your back is not seen as a particularly marketable skill in these times, and so it shouldn't have to be compensated as much. I think that any job should pay a living wage, including just you know dock workers whose only job is lifting heavy things off of boats and putting them in a warehouse, or carrying, doing doing construction. At least in America, is usually a little bit better paying because it's assumed you have some sort of skill. Uh, but you know, there's other kinds of backbreaking besides just heavy lifting, of course. Honestly, when I think of England, I think of a lot of like dock worker types. Um, I mean, I'm not going to disagree that a lot of people think of places like London. I know a lot of people think England is all Cardiff because of Doctor Who, using Cardiff so much. Um, but yeah, I agree that a lot of people think of Britain as only. Well, but when a lot of people think of America, they think of New York. So it's not like it's a uniquely American British thing. It goes both ways. But it's not unique to either country. It's right. Manchester. Uh, to be honest, the image I get when I think of England, and I don't specifically think of uh, like the London area, would probably be uh, not exactly. I know that there's a difference in different areas of England, but I don't know what the different accents are like. Um, but I think of something like Liverpool, a shipyard or something like that. That's for some reason the image my brain conjures, or factory town like Manchester, where it's probably a little outdated. My image is, but a bunch of people in like flat caps and uh, um, rough clothes, working in dirty, smelly factories. That's sort of one of my primary images of England, which I know is just as inaccurate as the people who only think of like London and places like that. But yeah, oh yeah. England still has a strong manufacturing base, which is good. It if it can be properly retooled, it could help you survive Brexit. But what's really going to kill you with Brexit is the, the trade restrictions. I know that was one of the big issues, was the leaving the trade union is going, what it is causing issues with shipping. Like, because you're no longer allowed to just say, hey, this is a good yeah, yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Most of the people who, from what I have read, obviously you might know a little bit more about it living there, but from what I've read, a lot of the leavers were either Sargon of Akkad, UKIP, you know, racists who were trying to prevent brown people from coming into the country because they think it's going to turn it into a shithole, or hyper capitalists who think that, or I guess we could say English nationalists who believe that a body in Belgium shouldn't be able to dictate what happens in England. No, that is the problem with capitalism. Wealthy areas are much more insulated from the antagonisms of our system. I will defer to your experiential judgment, but generally speaking, there's a lot of racism, even if it's not the open burning crosses on people's yards. I know that and I'm sure it's gotten better in recent years, but I know one big problem was foreigners coming in. I believe we kind of had this discussion last time. Just because you don't intend them in a racist way doesn't mean that the people who hear them aren't affected, don't feel like they're racist. You know, like the word you use for Chinese people, that is specifically a word that is used to denigrate Chinese people. Like, that is why it was invented. You can use it because maybe you've got some Chinese mates who don't mind it, and you know it's fine. But you also have to consider the context. Like, there are certain words and phrases I use with my friends. I'm not talking about the N word, that I would never use on stream. How do you mean? We're all too defensive about race, because I would argue this is not an American thing. This is a progressive lefty social justice warrior thing. It's not unique to America, but America kind of exported a lot of it. Um, because I would argue that the American zeitgeist is similar to your attitude, where, well, I didn't mean anything racist by that. I was just using the word my friends always use. You know, it's whether you meant racism or not, racism can still be taken from a statement, especially if you use what is typically considered racist language. Like, racial slurs or things like that. Don't go by like, if you're speaking from actual experience with Black Americans, um, that's one thing, but don't use YouTube videos and things like that, because those are uh, going to be uh, obviously the worst of the worst. But also, what's happening in America is that uh, a lot of people of color have decided they're going to stop taking it on the chin, and they're going to start calling out and talking about um, issues that are issues created by racism, and calling it out when people are acting from their perspective racist. And they don't always do it the best way, but I think it's important uh, for people to push back. Uh, you got to call out the little things, otherwise the big things don't have as much impact. Um, I know it can seem kind of annoying to get, uh, if you earnestly, like in your heart of hearts, do not care about someone's race, uh, I'll be honest, Max, that's on you. Uh, just don't use racial slurs, and uh, treat them with respect like any other human. Um, I mean, there's a certain way you behave around your friends, and there's a certain way you behave around strangers. And if you're around a strange, black or brown person, and you're worried that you're going to insult them, then there's something wrong with how you're talking. Because if you're treating everyone equally, everyone with respect, then if someone gets mad at you for your words, that's on them. This is the important thing to remember. If someone calls you out for your language and you were legitimately, earnestly not being racist, you should be able to defend that position and, show them up. If they're being overly sensitive, talk about it. I know that there's a big attitude in America about how black people, um, how sensitive, and how they react to things. Not saying you gotta act like a pussy. In fact, I'm telling you to react with confidence. If you say something, and again, if you earnestly 100% are like, fuck off, there's nothing racist about what I just said, and someone takes offense to it, argue with them. I'm not saying act like a pussy. I'm saying stand by your convictions. If you don't think there's anything wrong with what you said, then explain that to them. One of three things will happen. One, they'll just leave because they don't want to deal with a racist. Two, you will come to a greater understanding of interracial relationships. That is, the interpersonal relationships between people of different races, not necessarily romantic interracial relationships. Or three, they will learn not to be so sensitive. All three of those are good outcomes, in my opinion. Because in the first example, that's not true. That is a narrative fed to you by by YouTube and things like that. There's a few places where black people are given more credence than white people, but those are mostly hyper woke places. I mean, if you're referring to things like the N-word, then that's not an argument. But there's nothing that black people can say. Like, there's nothing that as a group black people can say that white people can say in the same context. Again, outside of racial slurs like the N-word. I mean, give me an example if you think that it's... What do you mean people in England try to... Like, I don't want to keep reducing this to the N-word, but, like, that's the only real thing that black people can get away with that white people generally can't. I mean, again, that depends on what you're saying. This is one of those situations where it's not necessarily the black people being more sensitive, it's the white people around them. If I say something and someone's like, "Did you say that because I'm black?" I'd be like, "No, I said it because you're stupid," or because whatever reason I said whatever I said. Everyone's shutting the fuck up when someone says it's because I'm black, or is it because I'm black? They're the ones being the pussies. If you earnestly believe that you are not racist and that your statement is not racist, defend it. The worst case scenario is you learn something. Well, I guess the worst case scenario is they beat the shit out of you, but I mean, that's a risk you take with any interaction. Also, keep in mind that "is it because I'm black" is basically a meme at this point. So it could very easily be people trying to be funny and everyone's just taking it sensitive because, racial tensions and things like that. It is, yes. The thug, hard as a motherfucker stereotype is very prevalent, and it's how a lot of black people act. It's how a lot of people act. I've known white people, brown people, Asian people, all of them who act like they're the hardest motherfuckers around. And I mean, the important thing is that when someone says, "Is it because I'm black?" is that you don't immediately go into, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean. You just be like, "No, it's because whatever." Yeah, poor people being hard as fuck is a stereotype. That's the connecting thread. Poor people have to be self-sufficient and strong, and they have to stay. They have to be hard people. How many ancient societies described their people as they're a hard people? It's because being firm, being hardy, being what's words, hard, long stream, what, resilient. That's the word I'm looking for. Being resilient is viewed as and is a good quality. Yeah, poor people will always be harder than rich people, because poor people understand that they are, one fuck up away from the gutter. One bad day away from not knowing where their next meal is going to come from, if they know where their meal is going to come from next. Like, rich people, they don't have those issues. This is one of the another little dirty secret, that poor people and rich people commit crimes at about the same rate. It's just rich people have the money to get away with it, whereas poor people don't. Rich people will hire a good lawyer and fight it and get it worked down, whereas often poor people in America will take a plea deal for something they didn't do so that they can get out of jail and get back to work so that they don't lose their home. Like, it's a shit situation, but that's what it is. For your age bracket, that's not true. For young white males, age 13 to 18 or whatever, you're about equal, depending on you might be slightly higher than a rich kid. You are much more likely to be punished for it, though. I don't know if you remember. It was a few years ago now. There was a kid. Yeah. Where was? Yeah, this is the one that really did it. Ethan Couch, age 16, so this would have been 2013, so about 7 years ago, killed 4 people while drunk driving, drugs and alcohol, in Texas. And the judge, yeah. So the attorneys argued that, having fun there, motorcycle? I have to have my window open so I can have some air moving through here. So you stole a pregnancy test because your girl needed it or something like that. Rich kids will steal something just because they can. But there were a number of cases where this affluenza argument was tried. And affluenza is basically psychological malaise supposedly affecting wealthy young people. The idea being you don't know what's wrong or you don't know what's going on because you're so wealthy. It's what causes, if it is a real disorder, and I'm skeptical, basically wealthy people think they can get away with anything, so they try to, and they often do. And it comes down to a number of factors. The primary one being that the primary punishment for minor crimes is paying a fine. If you have tons of disposable income because you're a trust fund kid, what's a fine do? Oh, it means you have slightly less money in the bank when you already had everything you needed and more. What if you're a poor kid who maybe gets, $10-20 a month or a week or whatever. For my allowance was $10 a week 20 years ago. So I don't know what, or $10 a week, 20 years. Yeah, I said that right. I don't know if you get an allowance right now or if you have a job or anything like that. If you're a kid, you don't have any income, your parents don't have much income, then a fine for stealing something could be ruinous. 2 pound that so you can get a soda. I mean, I'm sorry. I apologize. I shouldn't be so dismissive of that. I'm sure that it's very, very nice, and she's very sweet to do that for you. But like that's not going to help you pay off a fine. That's not going to help you. You know that's what I'm referring to. Poor people don't have the resources wealthy people do. So wealthy people, good, yeah, sock it away. So you need it. Um, Wealthy people will take risks. Poor people won't. Like shoplifting nail polish. Yeah, absolutely. I apologize for sounding dismissive. That was wrong of me. It is absolutely better than nothing. Um, so, uh, wealthy people will take whatever risks they feel are necessary, or will take whatever risks they want because they know that for the vast majority of crimes, they will not see punishment. Oh, they might get a charge, they might get a fine, they might have to spend a night in jail. That's not a punishment. That's that's a night in a shitty motel. I'm glad. I don't want to seem dismissive of other people's situations because everybody's got a shitty situation. But you know, poor people, and I've been there. I have been in that situation where it's like I could totally take that, but if I got caught, how much is it going to cost me? That's the kind of. Whereas wealthy people are just like, I take it, I pay the fine, nothing happens. And that's the difference. In a capitalist system, money is power. Those with the power, those with the money have the power. It's really as simple as that. Oh, what time is it? Ah, shit. Well, this has been fun. I'm glad I got to talk to you again, Max. But unfortunately, I'm gonna have to shut the stream down. This is one of my longest streams yet. How long? 4 hours. Nice. Well, that's just it. Obviously, if it's a situation where it's like, if I don't steal that, I'm not going to get to eat today. That is the other difference between wealthy and poor people. Uh, Wealthy people will steal something because they think they deserve to have it. Some poor people will do that. Don't get me wrong. I've known poor people who are just like, I deserve to have that, and they do it regardless of risk. But more often, poor people will steal things they knew or they need. But yeah, it's been fun. I hope to see you again and talk to you again. Um, and hope everything gets better for you, Max. You seem like a good guy, and you seem like you have uh, a good grasp of how. I agree. Most people are decent people, and uh, you seem to grasp that, and I think you're going to do okay. But just don't let society dictate how you should behave. Listen to yourself and listen to people who have told you right in the past, and I think you'll be happier for it. I was a lot happier when I realized that trying to be what society wanted me to be was making me miserable. So take it from someone who's been there. But I'll talk to you later.